I'd like to welcome all the members of our public to our exec session today, both from the School Boards Association. You're also for the committee. We're going to, I don't know, have any information on this supposed storm we're heading our way here in terms of how that might impact us. But if something happens, we have a number of bills on Wednesday we're going to have to exec, and this is happening in another committee too. And so those bills are going to have to be addressed. So try to prepare for driving on Wednesday, unless it's so buried out there for some reason that we'll have to find out. I have to talk to leadership and find out what they plan on doing with that situation. Representative Tanner?
Maybe if it's scheduled a little later in the morning, it would be better too to try to get here.
Yeah, we could do that from our perspective on the Wednesday. My concern is if Wednesday's out of the equation because of something, what do? The rules which we have is that we have to have the bills out by at 4 o'clock on basic or noon on the 16th. But we have a session that's put into the 16th, and Representative Sanborn and her committee is having the same problems we are, because they have some bills which are causing a lot of discussion. We had the 93 bills, and we're just about there. So we came up against this once before on this committee, and what we ended up having to do is the bill we hadn't done, we had to retain it. There was no other way of doing it. So it didn't go to the floor. We just kept the bill in the committee and dealt with it in November. And we have not retained that many bills in this committee this year. We've been really short on it. Last year we retained 13 bills. So at any rate, so let's get on with the business of today. I'm going to jump over HB 331. I have to, again, find a little bit more information on that because we skipped it last week because of the bill which we had on the floor, which we did resolve regarding the 300 to 350% of the median family income for the EFA program. This one is where there is no cap on the EFA program. I need to get some more insight as far as where we're going on that. So I will jump over that now. 515 is the next bill up that I see here. And so I would look to a motion from Representative Pentinel on 515. This is relative to education freedom accounts. Does everybody have a copy of it in front of you there? Representative Pentinel? Or Representative McDonald?
Thank you both. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Pentinel?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. 515 makes minor changes to statute to keep the EFA program consistent. I think there's always a value to updating our statutes to make consistency in minor changes. As some members of the committee have urged more transparency in the EFA program, keeping statute consistent would go along with transparency. Thank you.
From the second? Any discussion?
Yes, thank you. I just want to add that this helps clarify the statute regarding the education freedom accounts. It adds clarification to the authority and the accountability of the Scholarship Association. And during the hearing, there was some question about line 29 on page 2 using the word intentional. And I think that just brings that word up to par with the use of intentional on line 30 on page 2, which is already in statute.
Suspected cases of intentional and substantial misuse.
Yeah, it just makes it the same across all the statutes.
Okay. Further discussion? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much. I'm certainly not going to be supporting the ought to pass on here because I think we've got some very clear language, but not sure how it applies or how it would apply with respect to state adequacy grant payments to schools when an EFA student may be taking taking classes outside of their EFA at their local school, because they can be, I believe, a part-time or less than 50% student at their local schools. That's injected in two places, once in section 4, and then again in section, let's see, again in section 5. And then it continues to perpetuate the use of intentional and substantial. In fact, it adds intentional in an area which is an impossible standard for pretty much anybody other than the Department of Justice to determine. So I think the bill continues to further the lack of accountability and lack of any ability to detect fraud in the program, as has been seen in other states. But you can't catch fraud if you prevent anybody's ability to detect fraud. So I'm certainly not going to be supporting the ought to pass.
Further discussion, Representative Lakis?
I just wanted to address the sections that said the department shall make no state adequacy grant payment to the school for those things. And that's put in there because the EFA makes the payments, and that way there won't be double dipping. And since the money comes out of the student's EFA, the state should not also be paying that money a second time. It paid it once to put it into the EFA.
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment briefly on the language surrounding the intention of fraud. I don't think anybody wants there to be fraud in this program, but I think what this bill is trying to do and the language is trying to do is bring it in line with what you would typically find in criminal law. Something called mens rea, or the criminal mindset. It's something you typically have to prove in order to prove somebody has committed a crime. That's true of murder, it's true of any number of crimes. And the only reason I can think of to not want to have to prove that somebody actually had an intention will be to prosecute somebody for making a mistake. And I don't think that's something we really want to do. We want to prosecute people for actual fraud, not for making a mistake, especially a mistake that can be corrected.
Further discussion from the committee, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. But when doing prosecution and consideration of mens rea and the intentionality, that prosecution is done by the Department of Justice, not by a third-party contractor. And this applies to a third-party contractor.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Representative Dry is going, no, excuse me, this is going to be Representative Cordiello. Representative Dry, you keep the record of this, please. Yes.
Voting for a few minutes.
Oh, okay, yes. Representative Ellison had to step out, and I'm going to wait for him to get back. So we'll just, take a break here until the time that he comes back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't see him gone. Yeah, I understand why. Okay, we have a motion on the table on 515, and the motion is ought to pass. And 515 is relative to the education freedom accounts. So the motion and before us right now is ought to pass. Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll? Why don't you start out, because with my name first.
You first.
I will start first, seeing that our vice chair's not here. Yeah. So if you're calling me, I say
Chairman Ladd,
yes.
Representative Verval,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
no,
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
no,
Representative Cascadden,
no,
Representative Damon,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I'll move ITL, and I suspect we're headed towards the 10-10.
I suspect so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table made by Representative Luno, seconded by Representative Myler for ITL on this bill, 515. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
No.
From the second?
No.
Further discussion on the committee? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk?
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verville,
No.
Representative Lekis,
no,
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no, Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
yes,
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
yes,
Representative Damon,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Fine. Are there any further discussion on that motions? Not seeing any. So we once are again at no recommendation.
I'll do the report ITL.
Okay, you will do that, and Representative McDonald, you'll do the other report. Representative Dry, you got that down? Thank you. Okay, the next bill which we have before us is 530. This is the withdrawal process from a cooperative school district. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Ford. It's it's HB 530. It's relative to withdrawal from a cooperative school district. Representative Ford, are you going to take the gavel?
Now, is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass.
Is there a second? Second?
I'll second.
Representative Peternell.
Representative Perry now.
Okay.
Is there discussion at this point?
Well, I'd be glad to speak to this, but I'm going to yes, I will speak to this bill. Hand me back the gavel and I'll speak to it.
Okay, gavel's back to you.
We have had many a discussion on the withdrawal process from a cooperative school district. And every time we've done that, we've set up committees to look at that process. And we have come short of trying to determine a decent remedy to this. What this bill does, and I'm going to give you a brief explanation of one district that's had an issue in the withdrawal process from a cooperative school district. And I'm going to talk specifically about the town of Carroll, because that's been very much in the news. And the whole process, they filed through it about 3 times. Town of Carroll is in the White Mountain region school district. And it was formed back in 1963. Articles of Agreement were put together in 1963, which involved Carroll, Dalton, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Whitefield. At that time, when they established the Articles of Agreement, they had a formula based on 60% average daily membership and 40% based on equalized property valuation. Some cooperatives do it differently, and that's in their Articles of Agreement. Some might do it totally on demographics, on student population. Some may slide more with equalized property valuation. This particular district does it on 60-40 in terms of population and equalized property valuation. Since then, the population in these towns has significantly changed. And the population of Carroll really has significantly changed down to about 59 students. That's 4.62% of the student body of that particular cooperative school district. Based upon the agreement, the article of agreement that was put together back in 1963, and going to today's figures, Carroll has to pay on a per pupil basis $46,035 per pupil in that cooperative school district, whereas Dalton, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Whitefield pay $9,190, $14,762, $5,715, and $9,706 respectively. So you can see there's a significant difference between what the town of Carroll is having to pay right now. And if anybody is driven through Carroll right now, and I oftentimes do when I'm driving over towards Berlin, I drove up and over the hump there and through Jefferson and over, I'm sure you know that about that route there, Representative Cascadden. You go through Carroll and you're looking at one establishment after another that is closed down. And yet those properties being so close to the White Mountains and to the ski areas are still valued high. Yet the revenue or the income of those families is now significantly lower than it was in the past. So what we have a situation where Carroll has tried to change the way things are funded, and they've even gone to the point where they've tried to withdraw on several times, and that's gone from the process of them voting in their district to the total cooperative board voting, and the cooperative board, as they've always voted, has voted against no, so it's been appealed to the State Board of Education. And the State Board of Education has heard this. In the most recent appeal process, the State Board of Education said this about this matter. One, that the White Mountain Regional School District continue to engage in constructive dialogue to boast a cooperative school district where 5, not 4 districts participate of their own volition. They basically said that it's time for the legislature to get out, and after you've gone through to and had your cooperative overall cooperative meeting, they would also have to have a super majority, and the super majority is a 3/5 vote. And if both agree, then the district that's trying to leave includes on line 2, 3, on lines 3 on page 2, a withdrawal plan shall be prepared, and it shall provide for the disposition of property held within the cooperative and a statement of assumption of liabilities. So this is a recommendation to say if you can get the votes, and it's an equal vote on both levels between the whole board and the leaving district, so there's some equity there, that then the district would be allowed to withdraw. So that's the bill. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I agree with much of what you said, that I think the legislature does need to provide some updated policy on how a pre-existing district would withdraw from a co-op. However, during the hearing on this bill back on January 27th, we actually didn't hear from anybody representing a co-op district. We did hear from a select board member in Carroll, which is part of SAU 36, but we didn't hear anybody representing SAU 36 or any other SAUs at all around the state. So that's a concern, but I'm also concerned as to the new language in section 1 on page 1 of the bill, which is the bold language. And I'm not quite sure what's happening with Roman 1, Roman 2, and Roman 3. When I read Roman 3, which talks about the vote of the entire cooperative district, I think it differs from what you said, Representative Ladd. I think it says that the entire the majority of voters voting and present and voting in the entire cooperative district could start the withdrawal process, or by the alternative supermajority vote under paragraph 2, which is only which is a 3/5 supermajority of voters from the withdrawing pre-existing district, not the full co-op. So it's not an equal thing. Either the co-op could do it by majority, which might make sense, but this also, it appears to me, gives unilateral authority to a pre-existing district or town that wants to withdraw from a co-op, so long as they get a 3/5 vote of just that pre-existing district, not the full co-op district. That I think it may work in some cases, but again, without having a lot of weigh-in from co-op districts, I don't know what type of jeopardy this would place on them. I'm also, I think, confused a little bit by how Roman 2 is worded, where it starts off, if a 3/5 majority of voters present and voting, blah, 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 unless, and this is down to line 26, unless a 3/5 supermajority of voters present and voting vote in the negative. So it starts off, if voting at 3/5 vote in the affirmative, unless 3/5 vote in the negative. And I'm not quite sure what's going on with that paragraph. But I would, however, Mr. Chair, support a motion to retain on this bill. And maybe we get some. I mean, we had some testimony from School Boards Association that really, I think, concluded with, we really need a 2-year study committee on this, but I think we really do need some input from co-ops before we plow forward with this. It's in our committee. I think this is the place to get it done.
I can respond to that. I think that you're misreading the bill as it's written. It's, yes, you have to have that type of vote amongst the district that wants to get out of the co-op. But then you're also going to have the same, and of course, and then they can send it right to that board. And if in fact the town or the co-op as a whole also supports that, after you've gone through the process, down, even sending it down to the school board, state board, if it comes back, if you have a 3/5 supermajority of the entire co-op membership, then that supports the 3/5. You have to have 3/5 on both sides.
Where does it say that?
In the next paragraph, it says it.
In Roman 3?
Mm-hmm.
Finds that a majority of voters present and voting in the cooperative school district or by the alternative supermajority vote under paragraph 2. And paragraph 2 is a 3/5 supermajority vote of voters present and voting in the withdrawing pre-existing district.
And to follow up on that, on the issue that we need to have more input, we've had, dating back to the Jim Grenier subcommittee, which we've had, and all the work we've done in the last session, we know that 1 out of 3 district, co-ops are having problems in one shape, form, or manner regarding the co-op and membership in the co-op. Whether it's representation on the board, or it's getting out of that, or dealing with the articles of agreement. And we know that there's some co-ops don't even have articles of agreement.
Mr. Chair, I agree with all of that.
Yeah.
I agree that co-ops are, that there are issues with that, and that we need, and that right now there's not a workable solution, and that co-op agreements seem to be all over the place. But I don't think solving it with something that is, I mean, I'm not reading it the way you're reading it, and I mean, I don't think solving it with something that could be misinterpreted or interpreted different ways, or maybe isn't actually reflective of what the true intent is, which is a supermajority vote of the co-op and a supermajority vote of the withdrawing district. I mean, I think if you actually wanted to have both those things, then it would have easier language than Roman 1, 2, and 3.
In Roman 2, you have your vote in the district that wants to get out.
Correct.
Then you have the opportunity to send that vote directly to the State Board of Education. Or
Correct.
if in fact the board as a whole, all the districts votes on that same 3/5 or greater, then that's giving you the signal based upon this statutory language that you have the right to withdraw now. If you do what's also stated on the page 2 there, you have to deal with all the property disposition and.
Right. But before you even get to the property disposition, you have to get through Romans 1, 2, and 3. And Roman 3 has an or in there, which to me implies that the pre-existing district would have a unilateral, if they had a 3/5 majority vote, then it would be a unilateral decision on the one pre-existing town.
It's like that, so that you, in the first section that you just referenced, that I discussed, that occurs. But you also have the option in that section to send on your request right directly to the state board, where the state board acts in accordance with the section you're looking at. If in fact the local cooperative school district board, the whole, decides that by a 3/5 vote, we're going to let them go, it doesn't even have to go to the state board at that point. There's several options or routes which are available. Representative Tanner.
Sitting over here getting glazed a little bit, and wanting to support my cooperative school district, I would love to see a side-by-side, almost like a ladder, a flow chart, actually, of what is the present method and what is this method, because some of it's 3/5, some of it's majority vote. It seems like one of the reasons this is like this is if the withdrawing district gets a majority vote, it circumvents the process that's currently in place and goes directly to the state school board. I mean, that's what I'm looking at, and I'm just wondering if, I like I said, I'd like to see a side by side and kind of a flow chart. Okay, here's the withdrawing, here's a district that's dissatisfied with it, and it goes. And this is a problem not only in co-ops, but I know just in our county, Sunapee pays like 50% of the county budget because they have the highest property value. So I mean, it's not unique to co-ops to have this issue. It's just with all the property rights that come with dissolving a co-op. I think would be wise to retain it. And like I said, I'd like to see, for me, to make sense, I'd like to see a side-by-side with a flow chart. Okay, here's what happens.
Further discussion, Representative Damon.
Thank you. I just want to note that I find Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 it seems to me they sort of contradict each other. So the first Roman numeral 1 is talking about majority votes, and then Roman numeral 2 is talking about the 3/5 supermajority. And otherwise, they seem to say the same thing the way I read it. So I find that remarkably confusing. Is it a majority vote or is it a 3/5 supermajority vote? Which is required?
Further discussion? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think obviously this is an important issue because it impacts Carroll County or Carroll more than just Carroll. And so my concern is the kind of a piecemeal approach to this. And that notwithstanding, Rick, your comments about Representative Grenier's group, it would seem to me that this would be better to hold it for further study so that we can begin to look at this as it relates to not just Carroll, but also other co-ops that we've had come before us. And so I would hope that we could retain this bill because I think it's something that we definitely need to deal with. But I think right now we're really focused on one community rather than looking at all of the other co-ops that are there that may have a similar kind of an issue here. And that we might be able to come up then with a standard that would be applicable to all of the co-ops.
I can respond to that I used Carroll as an example of one that's going on, or one that's, very current. But we've had this with numerous districts within cooperative schools. Is 1 out of 3 have had this type of a problem, and there's some others having that problem right now. We're basing the payment per pupil on formulas which just plain don't work. And there are all those articles of agreement where they have them. And if you're in a small district within a co-op, you basically have been had. You're not going to be able to change that. And and you can see it how it's ruining this one that I gave as the example. But Conocook's been there. There's been others there as well. It's something I feel that we need to move on. If you see something that that you think there's a misread or something, well, flush it out. But I don't see that in this bill. Representative Lekes.
You've basically got two ways of withdrawing. In one, it says if they both agree, you only need a majority. But in 2 and 3, it says that if you have one agree and the other one not agree, you need a supermajority. And that's why the wording is different like that. So you need, if they both agree, you need a simple majority, done. If they disagree, it only takes one of them, either one of them, but you need a supermajority.
Thank you for that clarification. Representative Belcher.
I think also to just clarify a little further, actually, it would take, if the withdrawing party wanted to leave, they can do so against the wishes of the other party with a 3/5 supermajority, unless the other party can muster a 3/5 supermajority to stop them. I think the biggest thing we're having issues with is there's a couple missing or misplaced commas in this.
There is.
There are, but
Yeah.
also Roman 3 provides the third option, which is either a majority, and I'm on line 28 and 29, majority of voters present voting, there's a misplaced comma right at the end of that line, in the entire cooperative school district, or by the alternative supermajority vote under paragraph 2. I think there's 2 supermajority votes referred to in paragraph 2. I think they're probably talking about the first one, the 3/5 supermajority voting in favor of by the pre-existing district voting in the affirmative. Have voted in favor of the withdrawal plan. So Roman 3 gives unilateral authority to withdraw to the pre-existing district by a 3/5 majority vote, regardless of what the co-op district vote is.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd.
last week or so, we sat here and discussed the village issue, a withdrawal and a co-op, and talked about how that was distinctly different. And at the time around this table, we all concurred, all 20 of us, that clearly the co-op issues is a problem and we didn't want to piecemeal it. Last year, Representative Cordelli brought a bill to eliminate all co-op schools effective this July, if you recall. This year, he brought a piecemeal bill. I think the decision last week on the village is accurate by this committee, and I think the resolution or the inference that co-ops are in danger, depending where you happen to be in the state, depending what the value is, and that the entire co-op piece needs to be looked as a whole and brought forward so it can make everyone in the state, instead of doing piecemeal pieces, one town here, one town there. So I agree with the concept of this bill in terms of we need to provide other options for co-ops because they're stuck. But I don't think we should keep piecemealing because we all agree there's more than one issue in one town. I would much prefer to see a well-created bill that reviews the entire co-op situation, disillusionment, and then bring that forward versus piecemealing it one at a time. Thank you.
Just like to respond to what I thought we had clarification on when we dealt with the Bridgewater issue. That's a unique village district which has municipal powers with commissioners, but they're not a school district. And that particular town also owns their elementary school. They own it. And clear, no debt. And so that is a single, and we had a letter from the attorneys right here in Concord who indicated that that is unique. It can't be replicated or duplicated anywhere in this state, seeing that the way this was initially set up was set up by us, by statutory language back in the previous, decade. Yes.
And I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
100%. But in that dialogue came up the need of co-op in general. And that's where we all agree that there's issues around the state. But you're absolutely correct on the village piece, 100%.
Yeah.
And that's why the committee supported it, I think, as a total.
Yeah, Representative Lekis, and then Representative Verville.
Yeah, I had thought that we had discussed back when the public hearing was held that perhaps the way to go would be to have like a actually committee or commission to look at the entire thing and dive into it and have all those people. But was that on a different bill? Because I remember having that discussion.
We've had the issue in that the commission study was even, we received a draft copy of that from the School Boards Association. We've had that thought, either committee or commission, on the table here in front of us ever since we've been talking about cooperative. We're looking at one issue here. There's other issues that are associated with cooperative districts that commission would be handling the whole 9 yards from A to Z. However, this one we're looking at how to get out. And this has been an issue which has come up and up and up. And I think that this provides a clear avenue or approach. Maybe we have the comments in the wrong place. That is more or less an OLS technical issue that can be corrected. Right. And I don't see this either as a political issue at all. I see this as, a structure of organization of providing education in the state. And we need to do something. We have a critical situation in some towns right now where they cannot afford to continue going what they are based upon articles of agreement, which were written back over 50, 60 years ago. So we've got to step in and do something. And the commission study is going to be another 2 years or so before we really end up with some resolution on this. Representative Verville, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I don't see this as a piecemeal approach. So this is an escape avenue for members of cooperative school districts, and it applies to all cooperative school districts equally. So well, maybe it doesn't address all the issues that cooperative school districts have. It certainly addresses quite succinctly an escape mechanism for a community that no longer wants to be part. I find the mechanism to be fair and equitable. and not piecemeal. One of the challenges I think we have is when we try to find solutions for all of the issues that a particular organization, this time being cooperative school districts, the bill gets so complicated and so unwieldy that it becomes very difficult to support. I think this has fairly clean language. I think OLS can put the commas where they belong, and I think it's a good and timely bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadden.
Just bringing up a point, when we had that discussion with Hebron and Groton and those other towns, we had only gotten feedback from one side of the table. And I thought we had said it would be nice to wait, and I can't remember if we retained it or what we did with that bill. Did we retain that?
We passed
We
it.
passed it,
18-2.
okay. But there was a question at the time of, you know, we really didn't hear much from the school district or from the other selectmen. And I know you talked about the town of Carroll, and I can certainly understand why they would want to withdraw. I mean, this length of time. But we haven't heard from anybody else either. And there really isn't much other than what we see on online testimony. But I think it's time to revise some sort of a law for the withdrawal process. Because I think more and more towns are talking about withdrawing, but yet the governor made a point to say he wished some would consolidate, but people don't tend to go that way for some reason.
We did respond, we did hear from the folks by way of the brief that we got from the school boards, the State Board of Education regarding the Carroll issue. We had come forward that 413 people wanted to withdraw, 1,306 did not want that to occur. When it breaks down, the town of Carroll was 197 to withdraw, with 67 saying no. Then Dalton, there were 60 saying yes, let them go, 208 going the other way, don't let them go. Then we went to Jefferson, 39 said yes, they should withdraw, 170 said no. Then you have Lancaster, which is one of your larger up there, 68 saying yes, let them go, 484 saying no. If Wakefield, same way, 49 saying yes, 377 saying no. That's where I came up with those total figures. So 24.303% said let them go. And so they don't have that super majority. And that what they're going to have to do is try to get to that super majority. So this bill is not designed around them necessarily. It's just designed to provide a format, a process, which we as a state would say this is how you do it.
So given those vote totals, how would this, I mean, let's run it through. What would happen?
Well, you'd have to first of all do the 197 over the 67
Well,
and find out is that a 3/5 or not in the town itself.
What was the Carroll vote?
That was it. 197 yes, 67 saying no. You can do the
Yeah,
math on
that's
your.
clearly more than 2/3. So
They've got it. That's
yeah,
right.
They've got it. So and then
But-
what was the total vote? It was
413
Yeah.
saying yes, 413,
Yeah.
and then no 1,306. So
So only less than 25%.
it's less than. That's right. It's
so
not.
Let's take.
It's 24%.
24%. So if you could run that through Roman 1, 2, and 3, this would be a good test case to see what happens.
And I think you can do that in mathematics right now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but the issue being is that this is a process that would be a fair process because you'd have the same amount for both sides having to get that.
All right, I want to. So let's run it through. You've got 2/3 of Carroll voting in the affirmative to vote. You've got 25% of the total, 24% of the total co-op voting in the affirmative. What did I say? To withdraw, to vote, to withdraw. So 2/3 of Carroll affirmative to withdraw. 24% of the total co-op affirmative to withdraw. So going through Roman 1, majority of the pre-existing district in the negative, that doesn't apply.
That's right.
And then majority voted in the pre-existing in the affirmative, that does apply. And then a majority in the entire cooperative in favor of withdrawal, that doesn't apply. So Roman 1 is a fail, correct? We're all, all right. Roman 2, 3/5 supermajority present voting in the withdrawing district, vote in the affirmative. That applies. That's true. Unless a 3/5 supermajority of voters present and voting in the entire co-op district vote in the negative, which they did.
Yes.
So they voted against withdrawal. So number 2 fails. Roman 3, a majority of voters present and voting in the entire cooperative district vote in favor, that fails. Or the supermajority vote under paragraph 2 voted in favor of the withdrawal plan. That works. That passes. Two-thirds of Carroll, that vote passes. So given those vote totals, Carroll would be approved to withdraw. Is that, all right. That's how is that how you're reading that, Rick?
You're looking at these eyes glazed over, aren't you?
Yeah, but I mean, so is that what we want to happen?
Yes, yes.
So you're in agreement then that a 3/5 supermajority of just the pre-existing district is all that's required to withdraw?
Well, no, I'm not.
Well, but that's what's happening here.
Representative. Barrett. Welcome, Barrett Christina, attorney for School Board Association.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for indulging me. I'll talk about the bill specifically without giving a lot of background, just in the interest of time. NHSB, I think we did not take a position on this bill. Hearing the discussion today, I think I either misinterpreted or misread it or did not clearly understand. The scenarios that you just went through shows that the 2/3 supermajority for the towns voting in the negative is completely irrelevant if the town seeking to withdraw gets a 2/3 majority vote. 3/5. I'm sorry, whatever it was, 3/5. So the language about the other voters in the town and the remaining towns is superfluous. It's irrelevant. The way the language, and I think we just walked through the scenarios as well too, that the language about the supermajority of the towns that are not seeking to withdraw is irrelevant given the 3 or 4 scenarios that can happen through this. So, I mean, NHSBA's position for a while has been, as we talked about, the study commission or whatnot over a couple of years that's been alluded to. I don't want to take a position specifically on this bill. I understand the concerns that have been brought forth to this committee over the last number of years. I will also say, though, that there have been a handful of towns and communities over the last 15 years that have been able to withdraw from co-op. So it's not unheard of and it's not impossible. Is there anything else I can do to help? Are there any other questions but as we just walked through those scenarios, the Carroll scenario, I think we're all in agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, that the language about the other towns, the other pre-existing communities is irrelevant if you get a 3/5 supermajority in the towns seeking to withdraw.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you. If I may, I don't actually read it like that at all. If you look down at paragraph 3, and it seems pretty obvious to me that one comma that is currently before the word in is actually supposed to be about 6 words down before the word or. That solves the issue here. That makes it very clear that there are two methods, not three, to withdraw. And that in the case of Carroll, in this instance, the supermajority against them in the whole thing would actually prevent them from being able to leave under this.
I think
That's
that's a reason,
how
I think
I
that's a
read it.
reasonable interpretation, Representative.
So are we hassling over a misplaced comma? Is that what we're doing?
No, I mean, that's the point. It changes the intent. There's an episode of West Wing, the old TV show where there's a in the I believe it was in either the takings clause or the commerce clause. They looked at the original. They couldn't tell if it was a comma or a smudge of ink that would have changed the interpretation of a provision of the Constitution. So just as an aside, while we're laughing over it being a comma, it has import.
The issue that I see here is that this is a possible remedy to these articles of agreement which co-ops have been fighting. Now, we just talked about the Bridgewater situation. One of the discussions in Newfound School District is to change their articles around so there's more emphasis placed on property valuation. The reason why they can't do it is the agreement they have with Bridgewater. If they change those articles of agreement without mutual agreement on both sides, Bridgewater is out of that co-op, just like that, bang. So they're staying away from that. So and they would love to see that happen up there in Newfound, seeing that you and I know that Bridgewater is on Newfound Lake and the property valuations are high. And so I guess where I am is that because all these articles of agreement are so very different throughout this state with different conditions in, how do we as a legislature change those articles? I don't think we can. So it's got to be done either through a commission study to rewrite this whole chapter of law, and we're going to deal with all the issues, which makes it very, very difficult to do and come to any consensus of agreement, or we try to deal with this particular singular issue. How do you get out? And that's what we're trying to do within this bill.
Sure. And if I could, thank you, Chairman Ladd. If I could comment just to sort of maybe help the committee, there are a couple of different ways that a statute could be drafted to, I'm just going to say for lack of a better way of putting this, for making it easier to withdraw from a cooperative school district. One option, you could do a simple majority vote within the town looking to withdraw. NHSBA does not think that's necessarily prudent. You could have a supermajority within that town, and the remaining towns have no say. NHSBA does not think that's prudent as well, too. You could have a supermajority. You could have a simple majority in the town seeking to withdraw that could be overruled by a 3/5 negative in the remaining towns. You could do there are different ways that this could be crafted. I thought this, initially we thought this bill hit that, but in hearing the conversation today, there still seems to be some confusion over interpretation and placement of commas. So,
If amending language were brought forth which would change the commas or the necessary components of this bill to reflect the intent that I think I'm trying to drive at, and I hear you saying the same thing, would it be something which would be a possible fix?
So thank you for the question, Chairman Ladd. A possible fix for the bill or a possible fix for co-ops across the state? Because a lot of co-ops are
A possible fix for both.
I mean, I don't want to commit myself to anything, Chairman Ladd. I hope you recognize and understand that. As I initially read the bill, you needed, and again, I could be wrong. As I initially read the bill, if you have a majority co-op, if you have a majority in the town seeking to withdraw, and a majority co-op wide, the withdrawal would go through. The other way I read it was that if you have a majority in the pre-existing district seeking to withdraw, that could be overcome by a 3/5 supermajority co-op wide. That was my initial interpretation of the bill.
And then if yes,
And now I'm not sure.
well, hands are flying. Representative Lucas.
If the state board finds, I'm
Okay,
reading
so we
paragraph.
just went through this whole thing again, very, very carefully. And basically, there are two methods, paragraph 1 method and paragraph 2 method. As Mayor Christina said, the 3 part is not another method. It's a if either 1 happens or 2 happens, then this is what the instructions, what has to happen. You know, it's just the instructions. Then the state will do this. It's not another method. Then this is what happens if either 1 or 2 passes. So as he said, in 1, it's a majority. In 2, 3/5 majority of the 1, unless there's a 3/5 majority against of the whole thing. And if either one of those passes, that was the or in there, if either one of those works, then it shall issue its certificate to that effect, et cetera. Then we talk about the process. So 3 is the process of what happens if 1 or 2 makes it.
Representative Dry, and then coming down, Representative Damon had her hand up also.
Okay, so then, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Barrett.
So that by my reading, then Carol would not be able to
Carol
leave
would not be able to
in
leave.
3. So my question would be, what does a small district do if they're always outvoted by 3/5 of the cooperative, the rest of the cooperative?
Right?
Try to change your articles of agreement.
But that still needs the others to go along.
I understand that is part of the age-old issue at cooperative school districts. If you're the small district in there, you're in there.
You're just screwed. That's it.
Representative Damon.
Sorry, what I was going to say, influenced by the previous 2 speakers. It seems to me that while I think what Representative Lake just said about number 3 being the next step after 1 or 2 happens may be correct, but we have just spent an extended period of time discussing what is clearly quite uncertain to many of us. So this doesn't seem like good legislation to me. If we can't figure this out, what does it say? What does it mean? How are cooperative school districts supposed to figure it out and how to proceed? I keep wondering if there's some way to amend it in a almost instructive step 1, step 2, step 3. This is what you do if you want to try to withdraw from a cooperative school district. Because it's just muddy to me.
Further discussion. Let me ask one other question of the committee then. Is it worth getting an amendment today and moving the comma around or moving the language around so this thing works? Representative Luno.
Mr. Chair, thanks, and I appreciate the suggestion there. I think there's some very loose language in here, and that may be where this goes down the road. But I would feel much better if 530 had more light of day from and input from cooperative school districts in as we craft state policy with respect to withdrawals. And I don't think we necessarily need to have a commission to study this, but if we were to hold over and work on it this fall, I think we could get something done that could pass this committee with a strong vote. And this is policy that obviously affects, I don't know, do co-ops teach more than half the students in the state? It's something close to that, though.
I don't have that information.
But
I know we have a whole boatload of co-ops, what, 30, 35 of them? Yeah. How many towns within the co-ops total those up?
Yeah, so
Probably
it's
about
about
half our kids.
So it's about half the
Yeah.
kids. So you know, I think if we can retain this, we can work on it.
Well, I'll just respond to that very quickly. I don't want to work on it like we've done before and then come back and ITL bang. You know, if we're going to do that, we might as well do it.
Yeah.
But if we can, if we're all in concurrence here, that there is a strong potential that this can be made right. I'm looking at the time that one appeal took with Carol from November 2021 to July 2022. That's just the time working with the state board through 15 different meetings. So obviously, these school districts are going through an awful lot of angst and a lot of difficulty looking for some kind of resolution to this. And I think it's incumbent upon us to try to present something which is going to help them out, at least show them where the bar is. Representative Lekis.
Well, if this actually doesn't do anything for Carroll and other little towns like that, the way it's written now, then perhaps we should retain it so we can come up with something that will help those little towns. Because this doesn't seem to do what we wanted it to do.
Okay, what we're going to do right now, we're going to take about a five-minute caucus. We'll have the two groups go caucus, and we'll be caucusing in this room. Representative Ravel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill is enabling legislation, and so it would put the question to the voters of the school district whether or not they want to establish local education freedom accounts. And the question that would go on the ballot is defined in RSA. It requires a 3/5 supermajority to enable the program. There is a safety net for local school districts. The program can be repealed with a 3/5 vote. So it's very similar to going from traditional town meeting to SB2 local form of government. There is a safety net for families in that if a community chooses to discontinue the program, the students that are already enrolled would be able to see that through for the remainder of their local education career. It sets the amount of the EFA based, it's pegged to the adequacy grant from the state, and in fact, it's set at twice the adequacy grant. So under this bill, the child would be counted towards average daily membership, so that the local school district would still get the local adequacy grant for that child, which would then flow to the child, plus a matching grant from the local school district. So basically, this is putting the question to local school districts whether or not they want to allow a specified amount of money to be able to follow students that may find what they perceive to be better educational opportunities outside of the local district school.
Further discussion? Representative Cornell.
Yes, thank you. I see that there's still no fiscal note on this. Do we have any idea of what this will cost local school districts?
Representative Reveal, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. So the cost per student is defined in the RSA if it's adopted, and it would be twice the adequacy grant. The adoption rate in any particular school district, I don't think anybody can predict that, although I would expect it to be a fairly low adoption rate. Most people want their children to attend the local district school because they want them to have that sense of community. They want a tie to that community, but that certainly isn't the best choice for everyone. There's further incentives in that transportation is guaranteed in New Hampshire, K through 8, if you attend your local district school. If you participate in this program, then you lose the benefit of the free public transportation. So it's another encouragement. I think most families are quite satisfied with their local district school, so I would expect that the adoption rate would be very low.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you. Just to clarify, there's no income restrictions on this at all. And if a student in, say, my district is currently attending a private school, and would this money now be available that my town would have to actually come up with and pay for our town's portion for that child to continue to go to the private school that they're already at?
Go ahead, Representative Reveal.
Thank you for the question, Representative. So it's my opinion, and I think it's widely accepted with very few exceptions, that we do not means test public education in New Hampshire. So if we consider the town that I live in, Deerfield, New Hampshire, if you move to Deerfield and enroll your child in the Deerfield Community School, that's our local district school, they do not ask you, Mr. and Mrs. Verville, what's your annual salary, so that we can tell you what amount is going to be paid by taxpayer dollars and what you would have to chip in. I think that means testing public education is antithetical to the New Hampshire way, and that is why there are no income caps into this program. And yes, there is no prohibition from somebody that's currently enrolled in a private school to participate in this program. Of course, they would have to go to their local district school and enroll their child into the district school to be able to then avail themselves of the program if a community made such a program available. So the short answer is yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Chair, referencing page 6, going by community and my constituents, it talks about, I know this is optional, but it shall be funded by the local district at an original amount equal to twice the per pupil adequacy grant amount, RSA. I perceive this as districts, and this is common, still occurs, the districts who have greater property valuation can offer more to their students. And we've been always trying to change the formula to make some more disparity maybe, to be able to provide a balance. So this is, to me, is an opportunity for those districts that have the funds locally versus those that don't have the funds locally. So I see it as a little bit biased, because it goes down that road of, and it is a choice, but if my community decides they want to have a local education freedom account, we're not, we're barely, if at all, meeting the requirements for the adequate education based on the property taxes. It's a very poor community. And the neighboring district can do it. It just doesn't seem like it's an equitable opportunity. Either they all should be able to get it through the state or not get it by communities, because it doesn't add the haves and not, by zip code.
Representative Verville.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate, I didn't really get a question in there, but I appreciate the comments. What I would say is that while we are a Dillon's Rule state, we cherish local decision-making, right? We cherish local control. The only local control our localities can have is the permissions that we grant them. And so is this program the ideal program for every school district in the state? I don't know. I would guess not, because there is no one-size-fits-all that is the perfect solution for every community. One of the most interesting things that I learned in the little over 6 years that I've been a New Hampshire State rep is that we should not let the perfect be the hobgoblin of the good. And so I believe that this bill allows local communities a little bit more local control, a little bit more discretion in how they choose to educate the children of the community. And so for that reason, I think the bill is a good bill, and I think for the communities where it will work, this will be a very good option. And for communities where this doesn't work, they simply don't need to adopt it.
Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, first of all, we don't means test people going to their public schools, because and it's not just it's the New Hampshire way, it's the New Hampshire Constitution. The New Hampshire Constitution says that every municipality shall provide shall educate all of its children through public schools at no cost to those children or their families. So that's a little bit different. Here, what we're doing is we're asking taxpayers to not only continue to fund their local schools, but also, here you go. Here's $5 or $6 grand of taxpayer money. A lot of people, that's a pretty hefty chunk of their local property taxpayer bill. But hold on, go ahead and take this and go pay your private school tuition bill with it. So I think this is certainly going to be a partisan bill. I think it's going to be great when Granite Staters and voters coming up in November know exactly who is voted on the floor for using taxpayer dollars to pay private school tuition bills. And in this case, it's not taxpayer dollars coming from business property tax, business enterprise tax, and the smattering of other taxes that are used under the current voucher program to pay those. It's people's local property taxes, retirees, local property taxes, people living on fixed income, their local property taxes, 5, 6, 7, 8 grand of their local property taxes going to pay someone's private school tuition bill, going any private school they want. So A lot of them are, you know, maybe going to, you know, for wealthy family, going to, you know, Phillips Exeter, Phillips Andover, St. Paul's, any of these schools, and now they get a chunk of change from their retired next door neighbor. I think voters across New Hampshire are going to love hearing about this.
I'd like to respond to that. This bill is not telling any district they have to do this, or any taxpayers they have to do this. And when I heard Representative Verville, right on word one almost, he said, this is enabling legislation, enabling. And I also heard him speak to local decision-making. It's local control. So it's not telling you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to spend, you know, your adequacy money and match it with another dose of money from you're allowing school districts to make that decision themselves. If they don't like that idea, they don't do it. But what we are doing, excuse me, I'm speaking right now. The rationale behind this is that we want the local decision making at the local level. We want to have the opportunity for a local school board to make the decision. What is the best fit for a child, whether it be in their local education public school program, which probably the vast majority would say, yes, that's where I want my child. And that was also mentioned by Representative Verville, that there's a lot of good social experiences and all to be experienced by being in with the public school, with your community, with your neighbors, etc. But there are some situations that perhaps that's not the best fit. And so, once again, this is a decision that's made locally. And if that local board or community says, nope, we're not going to do this, then you don't do it. It's that simple. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on something because I had a small question. Because I am obviously first year in the Education Committee. I'm aware of some of the court findings that have impacted the way we do things. But I heard a quote that the New Hampshire Constitution says that we shall fully fund education strictly through public schools in New Hampshire. Rep. Luno, can you tell me where I would find that in the New Hampshire Constitution?
Well, until Representative Luno finds it, Representative Cascadden?
Just a question for this group. Why is there cherishing local control for issues like this, but yet you want state government control for the issues in curriculum and instruction that belong at the local district? Just a question.
Representative Lucas.
Because this involves local monies and the other involves state monies. And so local control for things that only the locals are paying for and state control for the things that the state is paying for.
Representative Luno?
So the Supreme Court in Claremont quoted in the quotes in their decision, quote, "We hold that Part 2, Article 83 imposes a duty on the state to provide a constitutionally adequate education to every educable child in the public schools in New Hampshire and to guarantee adequate funding." That was Supreme Court decision, Claremont v. Governor, 1993.
Representative Belcher?
If I may, thank you for that. And I assume that was where they were pointing to the New Hampshire Constitution, where the Constitution actually says we shall cherish education, but it doesn't actually say in the Constitution that we shall only fund public education, or rather public schools. Is that right?
I'm not a constitutional scholar.
Further discussion, Representative Patternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I heard that every municipality shall provide an adequate education for the students. But as a homeschooler, one of the struggles that I heard most often from families who were trying to figure out what to do with their students who are struggling in school was that especially in our community, their only option was maybe to homeschool. And that, because there just isn't another place locally to send their children. And what I was hearing from those parents is that their children were not being provided adequate education for their needs. And they may not have fit into special education profiles needing an IEP or a 504, but they would have been happier for their students. Their students would have succeeded more had they had an option like this. And this leaves local control in place because the towns have to vote first. They have to decide. And you need, 25 people. It leaves it all in the hands of the local voters and is doing what is best for the parents and the students.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's interesting that when we talk about making money available to follow a child, that we quickly chase to, oh my goodness, we're subsidizing the rich. Do you know who already has freedom of school choice in our society? Those that are well off, those that can afford to pay their local property tax, to fund their local district school, and then also be able to afford to send their child or children to a private school of their choice. Do you know who doesn't have that option? People of marginal means. People that don't make enough money to be able to do that. What I've heard for a long time as a citizen in New Hampshire is that the adequacy grant is inadequate. And that's a debate for another day. But if I take it on its face and I concede the point and say, correct, the adequacy grant is insufficient, then perhaps you have to benchmark the amount to something. So twice the adequacy. Imagine a family of marginal means having access to twice the adequacy grant to be able to educate their children. That's who would benefit from this program if a local district chose to enable it. Those are the real beneficiaries. The people of high means already have the money to be able to do those things. It's people of moderate means that don't have access to it. And the state EFA is a first great good bite at the apple to get there, right? And it's funny because at one time I hear the adequacy grant is wholly insufficient to adequately educate a child, but then when I double the amount, all of a sudden I hear, oh my goodness, we're just going to throw buckets of gold at rich families. And I don't think that that's correct. This is a good faith effort to help the marginalized families, financially marginalized families and students in this state to be able to get a good education. And I'll tell you what, if double the adequacy grant allows a poor child with financial aid from Phillips Exeter, Phillips Andover, or any other private school to get the education of their dreams, the education that best fits their needs, then I am all for that. I am absolutely all for that. And it's hard to imagine somebody would be against it. So if we put if we cap it, if we put an economy, an income cap, right? That's when we start pitting those that have against those that have not. And where do you draw the line? There's always that family that is just over where you set the cap. And they can't afford to do it on their own, and they don't have access to the program because they're just above the cap. This is a great bill. I look forward to the House floor debate. I look forward to the roll call. And I'm glad that my partners on the other side of the aisle are gonna participate in that debate and participate in that roll call so that we can decide what we want to do here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my town, we were statutorily allowed to give a tax break to the local private high school that is in town, Kimball Union Academy, by not taxing their dormitories and dining halls. There was a fund in Plainfield for high school students who got into KUA by passing their exam to divvy up to use for tuition. It saved our town a ton of money because we didn't have to pay tuition fees for those students to go to Lebanon High School. So for a town that has an area agreement or pays tuition to a high school, this is an option to save some money and provide a really good opportunity that didn't exist before. What we did in town was voted on it every year, whether we wanted to do it or not, and we had a study committee appointed by the moderator who studied the benefits and the non-benefits of the program every year in order to present something at town meeting. It was under a microscope the whole time, and it lasted for a long, long time. I'm hoping that a local district would adopt similar things if they adopted these programs. I guess my question to you as writing the bill is what happens when there are many scholarships? Right now we have one scholarship organization that monitors the EFAs, but there's a possibility that many different ones could be approved perhaps. So you would have choice which one to go to have your account with.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so much of the language that's in this bill mirrors the language that's in our existing state EFA program to make the management of the programs that much easier. The state EFA allows for more than one scholarship organization should another choose to enter the space, and this bill would certainly track with that and allow for more than one scholarship organization to be able to manage these accounts to enter into the space.
Yes.
So each family would be able to choose which scholarship association, or would a town all go with one organization?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. It's my understanding that the family would be able to choose that organization, that they would be contracting with that organization to manage those funds.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadden.
Not really a question, but just want to clarify the representative's point on choice and the timing of everything. A parent has always had the choice of how and where to educate their children. The dispute comes because now we are asking for local property taxes to provide that education. So I just want to be clear about that. I didn't come from a wealthy family, but my parents, long before you were born, made the decision to send me to private school, like many others. So parents have a choice. They've had a choice. Make that choice. But it comes at a time where now we're tapping public funds for whatever. So,
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that. And please know, I'm the product of public education. I went through grades 1 through 8 in Pembroke, where I grew up. I went to Bishop Brady High School. My parents chose to send me there. I went to Plymouth State for my undergrad, and I'm a grad school dropout out of Tulane. So I've been in a lot of those things. I'm a former high school science teacher. I get it. When you say families have the choice, not all families have the choice. There are a lot of families that simply don't have the financial means to choose any other option other than their local district school. This bill is an attempt to address that. And I don't deny my proclivity that we don't means test public education. So the question is, how do we define public education, right? So this bill adopts my view of public education, which is the educating of children of a community using community funds, taxpayer dollars. There is a different school of thought, right, that says that the taxpayer dollars all have to go to a local district school. And that's the only path for the vast majority of children. but there's exceptions there too, right? The most needy special ed students get out of district placement to go to special schools that can appropriately meet their needs. And the vast majority of them are private institutions. We have communities that don't have a school, a district school of certain grades in their community. And so they tuition their kids to other non-public schools. It's being done, right? This is simply an expansion of those types of opportunities to a community if they choose to do that. And when we say we don't let tax dollars flow to private schools, it's not correct at the K through 12 in New Hampshire. There's certainly exceptions to that, right? It's certainly not true once we talk about secondary education, right? You can take your Pell Grant, you can take your federally subsidized student loan and go to any school you want, private school, religious school, wherever you're lucky enough to get accepted. So I understand the pause of making this quote unquote taxpayer money available to families that already have the means to support a district school and a private school. And I get that. It's kind of a rub, but that's fair and equitable, that everybody has the same access to the same opportunities with the local money. And that's why I didn't put means testing into this bill, and that's why I would oppose a motion to do that. This bill really is designed and intended for the families that don't have the means, that would like to make another choice, but can't.
Further discussion, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. And this is just a comment because that's what we're in. We're not in a question and answer period. With public money goes accountability. And my whole issue has been that the EFA and the Children's Scholarship Fund, with that money, there isn't the accountability. There is discrimination that's going on that's against our non-discrimination laws in the state. And we don't, as taxpayers, have the feedback and the oversight that we should have on how our money is being spent, nor a cap on how much money is being spent. So I can't vote for this bill. And that's my statement.
I'm glad the issue of accountability came up because we need a little bit more of that in the public education, don't we? If you look at the achievement scores, which we have, and if accountability, we're going to talk about that, we have the same type of accountability for, everybody in the state, one test, the state test. Well, that's not a good measure of student performance or growth. It may give us some data, but it does not necessarily really speak to the holes and the strengths of a student. If we did something more diagnostic in nature, it might help. But so what we're just doing, we're complying with federal law. That's all we're doing so we can get the federal dollar. It doesn't mean we're holding anybody accountable, certainly because that's not reflective of where we've been with our scores over the last decade. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up because we just heard that there may be some discrimination going on in some of the current programs. I abhor the concept of discrimination, hate it, don't like it anywhere. And I would ask if I can get one or two examples or citations. I would love to dig into it, and what I can find, I will help try to solve anything I can.
Further discussion, Representative Myler.
Well, we've really opened up a box of worms here, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
First of all, there is accountability. There's an elected accountability. You have school boards that are elected. You've got school district meetings that hold and deal with budgets. There's accountability there. If I send a check to a private school, I've got no accountability there. I forgot, Mr. Belcher, Representative Belcher, what did you just say, please? Because I want to respond to this. Oh, discrimination? Yes. Well documented. If I've got an LGBTQ child who I want to have a Christian education, won't let me in there. We've had in this committee, we have heard stories, not stories, but facts of a child who was in Dover, who was in a Christian school, who was on track to be a valedictorian, and in his junior summer, going into his senior year, basically came out and said he was gay. Guess what happened to him? He was not admitted next year. He was excluded because he happened to be an LGBTQ student. So don't tell me that there's not discrimination as it relates to the application of these monies.
One area of accountability we haven't talked about, and I think it's the greatest accountability, is the parent. When you make the choice, the decision of what the child's going to do, it's going to be the parent working and deciding what is the best situation for my child. And that's what we're talking about. The parent knows that child best. And I think that we can't lose sight of that. So when we talk accountability, we need to also be talking about the prime accountability individual, and that's the parent. Representative Lekes?
There's also the accountability of how the money is spent. And we really don't have a lot of accountability when it comes to public schools. And when it comes to EFAs, every penny has to be okayed, that it is actually for an educational purpose, or that money doesn't go out. So there's extreme accountability as far as that goes. And they still have to put an annual report in, just like your public school does. They still have their annual report.
Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll be honest, I'm pretty disappointed in this committee's position when it comes down to public school accountability, as we voted 10-10 no recommendation on House Bill 371 last week, which would have established a legislative oversight commission on the minimum standards for public schools, which are undergoing a unilateral back room, locked closet a rewrite. The first draft of that actually finally came out, I think, last week, just moments before the draft went to the State Board of Education. So the vote out of this committee was along party lines, with all Democrats thinking it makes a lot of sense to have a legislative oversight committee on the minimum standards for school approval, and all Republicans on the committee voting against it. So let's when we talk the talk, let's walk the walk. And that's my line on public school accountability and what you've seen come out of this committee.
I'm going to respond to that also, because that's really not what we talked about at that on the committee. We do have in place the Legislative Oversight Committee, and a meeting has been established to look at these standards. In fact, the standards were brought up by the Legislative Oversight Committee prior to, going back 3 or 4 months. And now we have another one. Yes, we have received the minimum standards for public school approval, and immediately we have now that meeting set up. If we had gone the route that you were asking for, that particular committee wouldn't even be on board until September, and we're losing mileage there. So the Legislative Oversight Committee, which is tasked with the responsibility for looking at academic standards, that we put in, you can't tell me that academic standards are not part of the public school minimum standards for public school approval. They are different, but they also are linked, and they're both approved by the State Board of Education. So the intent and what they now, if that's where you are, we won't discuss those things at the Legislative Oversight Committee. If that's what you want, we won't do it. We'll just deal with academic standards. But I don't think that's appropriate. I think it's appropriate we look at both, and to assess those, to determine that those standards are reflective of the granite state, that are reflective of the needs we have, reflective of the standards we want to put in place for the approval of schools in this state. So I disagree. I think we're talking process more we are that the basic principles and concepts of the whole thing. we do have a good process in place. We don't need more committees and more commissions. We need the commissions and the committees we have doing their jobs and without having to develop another mega commission that has more people on it than we have letters A through Z. Representative Myler.
Call the question.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion on this question? I agree, we need to call it. Madam Clerk, we're on 538. The motion is OTP.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verville,
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortillo, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Oh, who will be writing the ITL? Pardon me?
Motion, please.
I'd like
Yes.
to make a motion ITL.
Okay, yeah. I was already assuming we were there. I apologize for
I'll
that.
second that.
I think we have
Okay,
to go through
Representative
the
Tanner.
procedure.
And second by Representative Luno. Madam Clerk, do you have that ITL motion? Tanner, Luno? When you're ready.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verville,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortillo, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Cornell.
Cornell.
Representative, did I do it wrong? Okay. Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Linda does that. Okay. Alrighty. We are at about 8 minutes of noon hour right now. We can go into upcoming, we do have an amendment for 539, and we need to pick that up for the, you've got it there. Would you please pass that amendment out so everybody have a ability to look at that amendment over the lunch break? Of what it basically does, it changes that bill from, that's the one where 2 hours before and 2 hours after, it changes it to 1 hour.
5:30.
Yeah, 1 hour prior, 1 hour afterwards, I believe. And are there, let's see, is there an amendment for 572? Representative Ellison did?
Yes, I have.
Okay, is that passed out to everybody? So if we could get that passed out to everybody as well, to look over at the noon hour here.
We also have one on 573.
On 573, okay, limiting EFA funding. Do you have that one available, Representative Luno? Thank you.
No, the whole, give me that one. What, short? Real short lunch. One bite.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is it doesn't look like we have any snow coming down out there, so we're gonna take our usual hour break.
Here's an extra if anyone needs 5 seconds.
And we will start promptly at 1 o'clock. That one goes that way. That's a good idea. Come back 12:45. That way we give you a few minutes to slop around.
Here's another 572.
572. Wait a minute. Okay, I got that amendment, yeah, okay. Okay, let's just take that break and we'll come back.
Let's see.
Oh, we're good. We're good. We're
And,
good.
and of course, I want the oversight committee
Yeah, yeah.
to do that. It's just not in its charge, so.
It's going to be in its charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard me many times talk about the difference between academic and minimum standards.
Absolutely, and that's.
And I feel that it's a real close relationship.
And that's why I wrote up the 371.
I got
So,
that.
I mean,
I was just looking at timeliness.
Yeah.
I think we need to get
No, we
through
need to
and,
get right on.
and I
Yeah.
went, I don't know if you've gone through that draft
have.
copy. I have.
I have too.
I got blue sticky notes all through it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I would very much like to do a speech on cursive writing on the floor. I know you were the one who, I wasn't
Yeah.
here for that exec session.
Yeah.
But, you know, as an additional, so.
Yeah,
I just didn't
we're going to
know.
be discussing that tomorrow in our caucus.
Okay,
It's Wednesday in our caucus.
okay.
Yeah,
Because
'cause
I've actually been working.
I,
with some
yeah, and I do have
that
some sheets on that.
When the exec session was happening, that
Yeah.
never got put forward.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
just kind
yeah.
of had some other stuff too.
Yeah, we will do it then because I do
Okay,
have
that's
some
fine.
sheets. I've been
Put
looking
out
at
there
that.
and let you know.
Yeah, okay,
Because
yeah.
I don't. Also, maybe a good warm up for me for the HB 61 speech, which is a lot more controversial. So if I could start and do a speech on something that's perhaps a little less.
Okay,
controversial. So,
you'll probably do the speech and I'll do the PI
for the person.
for the person. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe then I should add, because in it I say I'm speaking to mainly the person part, but I can add some stuff now. If you want me to do the main
Yeah,
speech,
I
I
think
can add to the multiple.
you can do the cursive part. Well, I'd love to do that too, but yeah, you do.
I just feel
we need to get going here. We're gonna set some rules up here for the latter part on some of these bills where we're gonna try to limit the number of speakers. So we can do it like we did, the last day in the afternoon there where we had one speaker for each party. That might be a great idea to try to get on board with again. So, if we get by a certain hour here, you know, my exhaustion hour, which might be about 2:30, we might have a one-on-one type discussion and vote. Okay, so let's start out right now. I'm going to keep marching right down where we were. I'm not going to go back to the top. I'm going to do 539 first. 539 deals with vaccination clinics in schools. And I call upon Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ford seconded that, so it's made by Belcher, second by Ford. Representative Belcher, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, and shall I introduce the amendment that I have now, or shall I wait on that?
No, you should go ahead and introduce your amendment.
Excellent. I would like to introduce Rep. Cordeli's amendment 2023-0706H. Very small amendment. It changes the timeline on the original bill for which these vaccination clinics would be prohibited at schools from the original 2-hour timeline down to a 1-hour timeline. This is done in order to provide schools with more latitude and ability to conduct vaccine clinics on their location while still allowing students that are not to be partaking time to make sure that they're no longer just kind of hanging around school and accidentally possibly get swept up in the vaccine clinic. As to the underlying bill itself, we heard a fair bit of testimony on this bill, and we heard and we saw documentation that at least 2 New Hampshire students were vaccinated without consent in New Hampshire in recent time, and one explicitly against parent wishes. We even saw the documentation that said, do not vaccinate, but they received it anyway. And then we went on to hear also from, if I'm not mistaken, the Department of Health and Human Services, that these vaccine clinics are something that we conduct under federal auspices in order to satisfy our requirements as a state for certification in various mass casualty and biowarfare certifications. We do these things in order to essentially check a federal box. We obviously do them not to vaccinate the students, but we also at the same time do them to check that federal box. And I'm going to go on record here in saying that when we obviously have shown the inability to have 0 errors in a program like this, should not be complicating matters by trying to double up our efforts to check federal boxes and do all these other things while we're also vaccinating children, because that seems like it's going to add complications and more problems to this sort of thing. Beyond that, it's a lot of parents came to me, a lot of parents sent me emails. They said they are uncomfortable. A lot of them have said they've held their children out of school on days when they've heard these things may be going on because they're afraid they may accidentally get swept up in these programs. Now, this isn't some anti-vaxxer nonsense. I don't think anybody here doesn't want children to get the vaccines they need to get so long as they have parental informed consent. That's not what this is about. It's just about being safe and making sure we're not accidentally giving children vaccines that they have not received affirmative and informed consent from their parents for. Thanks.
Further discussion? Representative Ford, you second the motion. Do you have any further discussion, Sam?
No further comment.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
So I'd just like to quote someone from the last bill that we were talking about that said we cherish local control. And I think this is a local decision that's best met, that the local district can decide what best meets the needs of their community. You know, you can say an hour, but students that go home on a bus whose parents don't have a car, don't have means of transportation, aren't going to be able to get them back to school to get that vaccination. So I think it's horrible that two children were vaccinated by mistake. And I think that there can be more controls put in to make sure that that never happens again. But I think that if Manchester wants to decide to have vaccine clinics at the schools, that should be a Manchester decision. And I don't think the rest of the state should be making that decision for them.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? On the amendment 0706H, HB 539, dealing with vaccinations in schools.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could we do amendment votes by hand? Just to move this along?
We can do that, yes. It's up to the clerk over here. Is that okay? Can you count up to 10?
Okay, I can count. I don't know, after this morning, I'm not sure.
10 toes, 10 fingers. I can help you.
All those in favor of adopting the amendment, raise your hand. 3, 5, 6, 7. And all those opposed will be 8. Okay, 10. 10 yay, 10 nay.
Okay, Representative Belcher, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the motion on the table is ought to pass. And I would just add that this bill remains a very good bill, even without the amendment. The idea is to make sure children don't get swept up to these vaccine clinics. 1 or 2 hours doesn't make much difference to me.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes.
I would agree with Representative Belka, except for this is a DHHS issue. This is an implication of the issue. It had nothing to do with the school holding it there. That's their protocols.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Burville,
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
and 10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Cornell?
I move House Bill 539 ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Myler seconds it. Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Chairman Ladd,
Yes. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
No.
too late.
No.
Representative Burville,
No.
Representative Lekes,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, Representative Cornell, you're going to rate the report on ITL. And Representative Belcher, you're doing the OTP. These reports now, we're getting crowded. So I would really appreciate it. I'm going to be giving Lindsay the reports. I got about 20 so of them that I'm for the 7th and the 8th. Now we're on the 13th here. These have to be done. I'd like to see them into me by this evening sometime. If you could send it on that template, which we have. That way I can put them all in a folder and get all 3 days to Lindsay tomorrow morning for work on, or on Wednesday morning. If we're shut down tomorrow, as I've just heard, then she's going to have to do this on Wednesday, along with the bills that we are on Thursday morning that we do on Wednesday. So it's going to be, we really need to try to help her. So please get these to me by this evening. I usually go to bed around midnight. So on this stuff. So yeah.
Clerk Smith has already sent out an email that tomorrow is canceled and tomorrow is rescheduled to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that means she's going to be doing all this on Wednesday. So let's try to help her out by so I can get this stuff to her so I can work on it, get in the folders and chase people down on Tuesday. Because I just got all the reports for the 7th and the 8th Sunday night. So it takes a while to do the chasing here. Okay, so that one's done. The next one, which I'd like to address, is the going back and get this 331 done. This is the bill which has it's an EFA bill. It's Representative Lekas's, she's the prime sponsor of it. It has no cap on the amount of money for eligibility. This comes from the prior Friday. This is the one that we skipped. So I look to Representative Belcher for a motion, please. Oh, Representative Lekas. Okay, yes, it is yours.
I move to retain this, HB 331.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who made Representative Petno? So we have a motion on the table to retain 331, made by Representative Lekas and second by Peternell. Representative Lekas?
Yes, I opted to retain because we know that this will otherwise end up with a 10-10 and we will waste lots of time on the floor arguing over it. And this way, we can just retain it and go on.
Representative Peternell, do you have any further discussion? No? Open to the rest of the committee for discussion. Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think I'm going to vote against the retaining this because I don't believe raising the income threshold is something that expansion of the program is warranted right now, particularly that the program hasn't even been subject to, I think, the performance audit that's coming up this fall. So I'm going to vote against the retain and move ITL after this.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verville,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiella, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tenor.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
Yep.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
no,
Representative Cascadin.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Lekas, you're recognized for a motion.
I move OTP on 331.
Is there a second?
Second.
Same second, Representative Peternell. And discussion.
I think at this point, we all know all the arguments for this, and so, no.
Further from the second? Any comments? No? Any further comments from the committee? Madam Clerk, we have a motion of OTP for the bill 331.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verbal,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Nope.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Nope.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Thank you.
move
Representative
ITL.
Luno,
I'll move ITL. Thank you.
is there a second? Made by Representative Myler. So Representative Luno makes the motion and Representative Myler seconds it. The motion is ITL on 331. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verbal,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yeah.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Thank you very much. Down to HB 572. The reports are going to be written by Representative Lekis. And for the OTP and the ITL on this, no recommendations, Representative Luno. Both 10-10. Okay, the bill is 573. 72, excuse me. Relative to eligibility for free school meals. Let's see, I'm looking for a motion here. Representative Belcher, you would like to make a motion, please? On 572.
I suppose I can. I'd move ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Representative Belcher, second by Representative Lekis, ITL on the 572 referencing school meals, free school meals. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a couple significant issues that come up with this bill. The first of which being that the federal guidelines for reimbursement in this program are set at, I believe, 185%. Raising it to 300% would put the rest of that burden on the New Hampshire taxpayers directly. And in particular, it calls for drawing this from the Education Trust Fund, which is another strain on public education dollars that we've heard so much about recently. Another issue that it brings up is that it would require schools that do not currently participate in this federal program to do so, which some schools have other options that they are currently attending to. And I don't think it's necessary for us to be attempting to override that when they already have something in place.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Representative Miley.
The committee has before it a proposed amendment. And would it be appropriate for Representative Allison to at least review the amendment, or Representative Hall to review the amendment, so at least we know what the parameters are of the conversation here?
Sure. I have no objection to that. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment does just two things. One is that it specifies the specific source of funds that would be used to pay for the additional meals. And two, it changes the effective date from July 1 or 60 days after enactment to September 1st of 23. That's basically, those are the two changes on the amendment. In terms of the bill itself, we've gone over and over and over this. We feel strongly that one of the things that needs to be done is that hungry kids in New Hampshire who go to school need to be fed. And that is a responsibility on this side that we feel strongly about. In terms of the 300%, which is the bill raises the eligibility to 300% of poverty, 300% seems to be a common number here in terms of lots of bills. That 300% we move people up because they need to have some assistance, and we've been doing that. So we're right, that 300% is right in line with what the committee's been going forward with. Having said that, I'm sure that we would not object to the committee, if they wanted to move it to 350%, as we have looked for, we've done, we'd have no objection on this side in terms of moving it to 350%. This is a very, very, very important issue. It is involved with what we provide to our kids, and we've gone over debate after debate after debate about what happens in school when kids are hungry, how they can't learn, how their grade point averages drop, they have more discipline problems. I don't think the research on this is really disputable. Some people might want to do that, but I doubt it very much. You're going to have a discussion over whether hungry kids learn better than kids who are fed, or the other way around. So that's the essence of the amendment, and it pretty much encompasses the bill as well.
Thank you. Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recently in the online, I read a quote from a member of this committee who said, and included myself, that some of the folks on this committee do not support kids. And I took that personally, and I thought I've supported kids my whole life. And food insecurity doesn't exist in isolation. We talk about the cost of housing, utilities, transportation. This is putting tremendous stress on families. So if you really care about kids, we want kids to go to school, and school meals are important, as Representative Ellison said. Childhood hunger should be a non-issue in New Hampshire. So I would say this should not be, it should be bipartisan. We should be supporting kids, feeding them so that they can learn.
Further discussion? Remember, we're discussing the motion is ITL. We have this amendment that we're just talking about, right? Yes, Representative Ford.
If we don't feed the kids, and then we assess the kids, what we have is garbage for data. You don't fail to feed the football team and then complain because they lose the games. You can't do that. It's not fair. It's not logical. If you want people to perform at their best, you can't ask them to do it when they're hungry. It just doesn't make sense. You say, oh, the parents are supposed to do it. I'm not here to talk about what parents should or shouldn't do, and this bill won't correct that. But it will feed the kid. And that's why I support it. I support it because it helps us accomplish what we're ostensibly setting out to do. Is it the perfect solution? No, but few of our solutions are. It may be a necessary solution until we achieve that, whatever state it is, where the parents can do it. I don't think the parents, myself, being a parent, having sent kids to school, I don't think they choose not to feed their kids, but for whatever reasons they can't, don't, whatever. And in that case, I think if we want to have a school system and we want the data we collect about the performance of that system, in which we invest quite a lot of money, then we ought to at least make it so the measurement is meaningful. Because it's very easy to invalidate as soon as you say the kids are starving. Well, that's overstating it, but they're hungry.
Representative Luno.
No, I didn't have anything.
Oh, Representative Meyer, did you have your hand?
Oliver said it.
Okay. I do have a concern. The federal government says it's 185 for the free and reduced and 130 for the free. Why is it that the federal government hasn't upped the ante in terms of their responsibility and moved it up to that 300? When you talk about 300 for other programs, those are state programs. This is a federal program, and we are seeing reimbursement at 185. So are we now going to say the state's going to have to cough in and pay for what the federal maybe should be doing? I don't know. So I guess my concerns rest with that we're not getting the funding support for a program which basically is a federally reimbursed program. We want to go to 300. Perhaps the federal government should go to 300. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't belabor this very long, but just to get to the heart of this, we're dealing with a little bit of an ethical issue here. Who has a responsibility to feed children? And if we were just speaking for myself, if we were just talking about doing a state program here and wanting to feed kids, that would be a lot easier to get me on board than expanding and solidifying our participation in a federal program that comes with federal strings and federal requirements. So if in the future somebody wants to introduce a bill that moves us toward a New Hampshire-based model, I'd like to talk to you about that. But I'm not interested in this federal stuff.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. And Shirley, I was going to wait and not speak, but I have to speak. First thing, Mike has a point, but the reality is the federal money, if we just bypass it, we don't get any money for 0 to 130. So that's millions of dollars given away. I would suggest that this bill is probably one of the most transformative bills we've had in the 6 years I've been here. EFAs is a transformative bill. You folks who supported that, when you walk away from this, whenever you get done, you can say, wow, this is what I did for education. This is exactly the same thing, except this transforms to 160,000 kids population in this school, this community, this state. This summer, Representative Ford, and Lekas, and I, and Mullen, and Paul, and Ellison sat for hours and in the fall listening to the Heart Association, New Hampshire Solutions, 68 Hours of Hunger, all kinds of anecdotal information over and over again. This is not an interim study committee that met for half an hour, had a beer, and went home. These people worked and looked at data and looked at data and looked at data. There is no question about that. I sat on a delegation meeting with Representative Pertnell and Belcher and Cordelli and myself, voted for a gift to a local Wolfboro for $5,000 for 58 hours of hunger. Everyone voted yes. No one asked about limited income, who needed it, who didn't. We knew the kids needed the food. You just can't back off on that. And someone mentioned earlier, Representative Cordelli is not here, unfortunately, but I will mention him. We heard him say downstairs last week, it's about the children, it's about the children. Hell, he's banging his hand. It's about the children. That's exactly what this is. Exactly what this is. It's about the children. Us older people, not the younger ones, Mr. Representative McDonald, may have never heard of Deming, but all of us who have been involved with TQM have heard of Deming. And he says one of the things in TQM is the responsibility of the community. Well, this is the responsibility of the community, the educational community. If you believe in what we're doing, this is the responsibility of the education community. I heard the representative today talk about families of marginalized need. These are families of marginalized need. When we look at the COVID money that came down and when they fed youngsters across the district, everyone, and now we talk to those schools, who are the kids that aren't getting fed? Those kids of marginalized needs, those middle income or lower, who are out of that gap. That's who's not getting fed. Those folks are struggling. The 0 to 300, 0 to 185 are getting that. So yeah, we do need this. It's going to be, if you pass the amendment, I'm speaking against the ITL, but it's basically all the same information. You pass the amendment, Arthur's amendment, Representative Ellison's amendment, talks about putting this in the Educational Trust Fund because this is one of the most critical things we've done here. This is transformational. This is the bulk of what we do. This is the baseline. So I ask you vote against the ITL, vote for the OTP, as Representative Ford did, and stand up one time for our New Hampshire kids, give them the baseline. If hell, if they're hungry, if they have no place to sleep, and they can't eat, they aren't going anywhere. I don't care what test you put in front of them, what book, what cursor, what mathematics, is not going to matter. Thank you, Representative Lyon.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? I would ask, what happened when the federal government, when we put IDEA into place, and they said, we're going to give you 40% of the cost, we're down to 16% now. Who's paying that other difference now? See, I understand the intent of this bill, and I understand that there's certain responsibilities which parents do have themselves for their children. But I don't understand why the state is going to say, well, we're gonna now pick up something that's really part of this federal program, and then you run into the issue of, well, okay, now which of these students now it's going to be more administrative costs, figure out which one to comply with 185 or less, so that we can get the federal component there, but the ones which are 186 or more. We're going to have to break that out and pay fully for that. That's how I see it. Because there's going to be some reimbursement for part of this. Yes.
The federal government will still go to the 186 and below. We know that. And I agree with you that the IDEA, how about special education money? I agree there. They said they're going to cover, they have it. What about retirement in our state? The state was going to help every local town, and they didn't. All right, so, I mean, everybody backs off. But the reason we're going to do this, we should do this, because it's New Hampshire kids, New Hampshire money, and we have responsibility. And I don't care if the federal government's not paying IDA as regards to this matter.
Thank you. Representative Damon.
I think this is an extremely important and also extremely cost-effective bill. What school meals provide in the nutrition composition for what they cost is actually pretty amazing. They're not perfect, but they're very, very good in the amount of protein, the amount of nutrients, the ability to help the brain work better. One of the landmark pieces of research in my field as a dietitian is the Iowa Breakfast Study, which was done in 1949, and it's been reiterated and reassessed countless times over those decades. And concisely put, it very, very clearly showed that people who are fed breakfast have much better intellectual capacity, cognitive function, mid to late morning and through the day than people who are not fed. Honestly, I think this is a no-brainer. I do not understand why we wouldn't feed the kids.
Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I also get hung up. Because on the federal program, you have to take the balanced meal. You have to take it all. You don't like the green beans? You got to take the green beans. And the green beans end up in the trash, right? Maybe it's not green beans, whatever the food item is, right? So when you're forcing children, because that's what the federal program does, because it wants you to have the balanced meal. In a lot of school districts, it has greatly increased the solid waste costs because of food that's getting thrown into the barrel, because that's not what kids want for breakfast. I am fully on board with feeding kids. The problem with the federal programs are that it's a top-down, one-size-fits-all type of model that has a lot of flaws. And for that reason, I would go with the other representative and say, if we want to do this for New Hampshire kids, and it's a laudable cause, it should be a New Hampshire program so that we squeeze waste out of the system. Because right now, the way the system is designed, we're generating food waste so kids can pick the little bit that they want. And for me, that's a high burden.
Sure.
So the federal school meals program have been revised a number of times over the years. And to be frank, with respect, I'm not sure you're completely up to date on what's served. There's actually a lot more flexibility in it now than there used to be. And in schools where kids do a waste assessment program, the kids collect and weigh and tally and do it as a science and math experiment, what's happening with the amount of waste from their school meals, the waste goes way down. They assess it and they understand to do it better. I don't think we should vote against this bill for that reason.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Just respond to the previous speaker. And I agree with Representative Damon, because she's most knowledgeable in this committee of anyone in nutrition and diet work. That being said, I would rather have a little waste and feed those folks from 180 to 300 than give them nothing to eat. And that's what you're saying. Give them nothing to eat because I don't want to throw any beans away.
Representative Burville.
Just to be clear, that is not what I'm saying. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. Any school district can choose to fund any food program that it wants to fund in its district. What we're talking about is increasing the state mandate on all schools, all public schools, about what they shall do relative to serving food. And so with all due respect, Representative, we can have a difference of opinion, but I would appreciate it if you would not mischaracterize the position that I'm trying to articulate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do have one other question. If in fact you are like some communities, which we know that are serving programs, which are not the federal program, they're serving their own nutritious meals, is this reimbursement available to them? Representative Belcher.
If I may, from the way that I read the bill, it does look like it's reimbursable, but not in their current programs. It would force them onto the federal school lunch program, from what I saw.
Representative Woodcock.
Representative, you make a great point. There are 5 schools in the state.
Six.
No, there were 6. There's 5 now. That's right. We went to the interim study. There's 5 now. But that's not the point. You're absolutely right, Rick. And I don't know that. I don't know that answer. If they would be able to participate for the ones above the state money, I don't know that. And that's a great question. But they'd be allowed. We wouldn't force it on them. They're not taking it now. I mean, the amendment, which is what we're on voting on, but talking about, took all those extraneous pieces out of there. So just the schools that are participating, they would be eligible as far as I'm concerned. But you're right, that 5 is a question.
Okay, you have one last comment, Representative Damon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the amendment, but the paragraph I'm looking at in Roman numeral number 1 is the same as the original bill. It does not require the federal program. So if we're getting stuck on that, that's not part of this bill. It says to make the meals available, it says the State Board of Education shall ensure compliance with this section on line 10 and 11, and shall establish minimum nutritional standards for such meals as well as income guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. It does not mandate the federal programs.
This bill also speaks to the eligibility requirements for free and reduced meals. That is the federal program. So I think that what you're saying is, and not really giving us the specific information which is in this bill, we are talking about the federal program. Further discussion. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, does this apply to charter schools? And are these schools eligible for the waiver that's in the rest of section 189.11A?
Further discussion. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table. The motion is ITL on 572. You have a,
Have a clarification that we were just asking questions or making comments on the bill and not the amendment. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
The motion on the table is the initial motion put forth. Okay, so we're going to address that motion at this time. It's 572, free and reduced meals. Madam Clerk, would you please?
What are we voting on, Bill?
ITL on the bill.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verville,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
8 yeas, 12 nays.
The motion fails. Another motion. Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion ought to pass with the amendment or not the amendment? Oh, sorry, ought to pass, yeah.
No, this is the main bill.
Right, ought to pass.
Yeah.
And then,
I have an amendment.
Well, wait a minute.
How do
We
you do
just
this?
got to, let the clerk catch up here. So we have OTP made by Representative Hall, second by Representative Damon. Representative Hall, you're recognized for discussion.
I think we've said everything that needs to be said.
Okay, Representative Damon? Okay. Representative Ellison.
I would move amendment 2023-0904H to 527.
So Representative Ellison has put on the table, ought to pass on the amendment 0904H.
Okay.
And there's a second from Representative Woodcock. Representative Ellison, you're recognized to speak.
No, I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Woodcock,
No, thank you.
further discussion. Representative Lucas.
Yes, my question is on part 2, section 1, which line, starting in line 22 or 24,
Thank you.
amend the introductory paragraph of RSA 19839, 1 to read as follows, and I realize that you're adding in disbursements for school meals, but what is not in there are EFAs, amongst other things. We had a bill to collect up all of the extra things, and I am not sure what happens having collected up those extra things if we then pass a bill, because usually it's the second bill. It's the later bill that takes precedence, and this would be the later bill, and EFAs aren't in here.
No.
You're done with FN, right?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this brings up a good point, particularly for newer members, but oftentimes legislative services sees different bills that come through that may amend different parts of something. And then during the enrolled bill process, well, actually, it's prior to the enrolled bill process, legislative services smooths out those things. Isn't that correct, Mr. Chair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So will the things that we put in last week go in spite of this?
You bring up a good point, and I think that's something which would have to be checked with OLS. I've had this go around with them before. And they have come down and looked at the most recent legislation, which superseded the legislation that had been written prior to, if they're on similar topic.
Which is, this is on the same topic. I mean, this section right here,
So at this point in time, I will call a recess and trying to get some clarification on this. And, well, you know,
And shut up, kidding.
LL Beans is the other side of the highway. So we're gonna take about 5 or 10 minutes till I get a response from the clerk's office on this. What's this?
If you like it, I'll come in.
One bill can't anticipate another.
Took out that comma, so we're ready to go to that next, but we gotta get this resolved.
To an EFA from one bill and would add school lunches from us. Yeah, that's how, that's how it's done, that's how it's done.
I don't disagree,
Yeah.
but I honestly agree.
No, we've run into this.
Why do they have it in March? I don't think it's going in April. Because it's honestly, no, the town, all the town elections are in March, like tomorrow. Not all. Well, I mean, a lot, right? Why do they April then go in issue? Because this is not the first month. It's happened before. It's just.
It's a huge fund.
Oh, they put off her election there, her town.
Anyone who belongs to whether we'll have to have an election. Towns should do things like Manchester, election day. Not a nighttime in March.
Oh, I like our town meetings.
Don't even need a car, you can just walk
right
the
up.
polls.
It's right past my
See,
mail.
that's the way it used to be.
Right past my
Back in
mail.
the good old days, you just get on your horse and you get there.
I don't even have to take the horse out of the
You didn't
barn.
need four-wheel drive, you had four horses.
Once full, I made one story in one comment. All the time I was 2 years later, and all of a sudden, all that's off the table.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so she was going to. Oh, no, that she did. And just wait until, yeah. Yeah. The original, yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Better to keep your name.
Anybody can speak out of turn.
Well, what?
There's some people who go on.
this isn't changing, this is not changing.
So Paul makes the decision, or well. Sorry, it's fine.
No. Oh, the difference, yes. It's not.
I mean, we, just kidding, but we had to go to a delegation meeting and it ended up being about 3. He was.
I don't think this will impact it because this is an introductory paragraph for that program. So this is underneath that program within the Education Trust. When I spoke with Paul, Paul said, where is the reference to where the monies come out to for out of that fund for EFAs? I don't think it comes underneath that topic.
Yeah, I would think it would.
Yeah, yeah. And the other answer is, it's the one that's not, it's one that's enacted first at the end of the whole process. So which one's signed in the law first is the one that supersedes.
No, the one that gets signed into law last.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, last. Yes.
Whichever one signed into law last.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, the way I understand this right now is the one that's signed into law last is the one that supersedes. However, then the other side of the coin is you have to look at what part of the Education Trust Fund is this. This is an introductory paragraph for school meals, not where you would have EFAs show up within that trust. So, and I spoke with the clerk about that in the office, eyeball to eyeball. And so it's my opinion right now that this language right here would negate other language which we've already done. Would not.
So my question and brought this, because it doesn't just say school meals and add this to it. It lists out things that don't have anything to do with school meals, like low and moderate income property tax relief,
Yes, yes.
school building aid, all of those things, which
That's current law. That's current law.
and that's all under meals and not under the
No, it's
initial
under
thing we
it's
just.
under it's under the section that establishes the Education Trust Fund. It's current law.
Right,
School meals is just.
Right.
right, but didn't we just, that was my point. It is the section that EFAs that we just put under, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in
Yes.
the section that establishes the Education Trust Fund begins with this.
Right,
And so this is adding to fund distribution of school meals, and there's another bill that adds to fund education freedom accounts. If both bills pass, both those phrases
Would be
added.
combined in underneath the trust fund.
Yeah,
I sure hope so.
well, that's how it works.
Because he just said the last one to get, and this would be the last one. not
That
the
would
one we
be,
just
that
did.
would be if this bill said, well, if you had two,
Bills addressing
the
similar
same thing,
topic.
like an EFA to bring it to 500 and an EFA to bring it to 350.
Right. Right.
Okay,
Then would they look at the last?
The last, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
okay,
So
Thank you.
basically, I don't think, that should be a concern in regard to this amendment.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. So where were we on the action here? On the amendment that was put forth by Ellison. Yeah, well, okay, first name's all I need right here. So any further discussion? Not seeing any hands, requests for, okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Pardon me, this is on the amendment.
Thank you.
It's on the amendment. The amendment 0904H.
Thank you.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verville,
No.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronil,
No.
Representative Coratiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Looking for a motion.
Yeah. OTPA?
Your proposed OTP, we were just doing the amendment.
OTPA.
It's an OTPA now, presented by Representative Myler and
Hall and Damon.
Hall and Damon. Okay. They had the OTP, so they're doing the OTPA as well?
OTPA, yes.
Okay, so Representative Hall and Representative Damon, OTPA. Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verville,
No.
Representative Blackus,
No.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronil,
No.
Representative Cortillo, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you very much. Going on to 573. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, she made the motion. Will there be a minority report? Okay, you don't have to decide it right now. We can work on it. Okay. Okay, Belcher. Okay. 573. We don't have 573. Okay, 573 is a bill dealing with limiting the EFA funding. Do I have a motion? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On 573, I would move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative McDonald? Okay, Representative Belcher, do you have any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way that I view this bill, and I think the most significant problem that I see with it is that as it stands, our EFAs are a part of our funding for an adequate education for students. Now, I personally have a very nuanced view of the courts. I think I might argue that the legislative branch has prescribed a certain amount of supremacy, but this committee does put a lot of deference on court decisions. And the court has instructed us that we will provide an adequate education. And because EFAs are a part of that formula, to outright restrict the budgeting of that, I believe would actually violate that Supreme Court ruling. I don't think that was something we want to be playing with. I think we need to allow this popular program to be accessed by the students who want to use it, the parents who want to use it. And that's what I'll say about it. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is contradictory to previous discussions we have regarding the EFA program. I know the program is successful, but not speaking to the merits of the program, but to the bill itself. To those who see flaws in the EFA program and in the freedom accounts, why would you limit a program's funding? A program can't be successful if you cut its funding. So if someone sees flaws with the program, this would just create more flaws. So it just really is contradictory to the whole narrative being spewed in this committee, with all due respect.
Further discussion? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple points. The bill before you does not actually cut funding to a program. In fact, it establishes funding for the program as opposed to the blank check that it is right now. We heard from one member of the public, Ms. Dunham, who said what we really need to be doing is advocating for adequate funding for our public schools and not issuing a platinum card with no credit limit. That's because that's how the education freedom accounts are currently run. What 573 would do is actually impose some financial responsibility, some fiscal responsibility into the school voucher program by actually having the department advocate for how much money should be distributed every year to students through the education freedom accounts, and not have it be the blank check as the legislative budget office assistant has called it in the past. So I believe this tightens it up. I also passed around Amendment 0774H, which cleans up an error in drafting down on line 12 by for some reason it left in the words between not and shall towards the end of line 12. It would take that out, and the amendment would also specify that the general fund is a source for the EFAs. So that's Amendment 774, and that's really all I've got to say on both those.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis, and then Representative Verville.
If we get a bunch of school-age kids moved into the state, would we then tell them, I'm sorry, we didn't budget for your numbers?
Isn't that what we do with SNAP?
For the public schools?
Representative Verville?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's an interesting argument that I just heard, because my understanding of the EFA program is that the grant is well defined in law per pupil. So it limits the per pupil spending of the participants. So to cap the amount of money that's available is essentially a backdoor at capping, at limiting participation into the program. So if we do that on a wildly popular, and that's my editorializing, but at least a clearly popular program, what we're going to set up is, some get and some don't. So it's going to be how quickly you apply, who gets the funding first. So now we're pitting student against student, family against family by capping a program. The only carte blanche that's available is if all students move to the EFA program. And while the participation in the program has outstripped expectations, I'll grant you that, it certainly is not a system that's spinning out of control. We don't see 10, 20, 30, 50% of students leaving public schools for EFA programs. So I would say at this time that this type of move would be ill-advised. We should continue on as we are for a couple of years. My guess is that we're probably close to the plateau of what that program participation is likely to be. And so I would say we should support the ITL motion so that we can see where the natural ceiling of participation in the New Hampshire EFA program is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I was actually on the committee. I think there's a few other people here. Back when the education tax credits started and then the EFA started. And I remember that there was a very distinguished representative from Hillsborough who spoke quite eloquently about the expense of this program and how it could easily spin out of control, and how one of the things that he really pushed was a cap on this program. We've seen a lot of bills come through with the EFA program, with the educational tax program, and for some reason, we don't get a fiscal note with that. It's often missing. I think almost in all cases, it's missing. It's considered undeterminable, or the Department of Education hasn't gotten the appropriate information to make a fiscal note. And that's particularly since we had the first fiscal note for the EFA programs, which severely underestimated what the program was going to cost. As far as caps are concerned, for example, special education CAT aid is based on the total number of monies, the total amount of monies within that program. And if there's more, it's then divvied out, so that the total amount that often schools receive is down around 50% of what they actually spent. So we have caps in the education fund. We have caps on different other vouchers that we give, SNAP programs, and it's unfortunate that we can't just open the doors and say, let's take the $1 billion that's surplus in the budget and put it all in education, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So since that isn't happening, and since we have to be fiscally conservative, which I agree to, I think a cap is necessary. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add, because there is some concern about the money side of this, and that's fair. But the limit to spending on this is not infinite. Even the theoretical limit is limited to the number of students we have in New Hampshire, and even that theoretical limit will not be hit. However, if it were hit, we do know that right now, the money that we're spending, or the money that we're giving to EFA students in this grant, compared to the average cost to educate a student in public or charter schools, it would result in about an 80% reduction in costs to educate. Now, that's not going to happen. Nobody here thinks that's going to happen. Not all students are going to go for EFAs. Who knows how many more will? I doubt it's going to be a huge percentage more than we already have. But we're talking cost savings here, not cost increases.
Representative Balboni?
Actually, you are talking about cost increases for districts, because there's a whole bunch of students in districts right now that are currently in private schools that are not a burden on the local districts at all. So to say that is just incorrect.
If I may, yes, you absolutely have a point that students who were already perhaps in private schools who now access these funds would be an additional burden on taxpayers. However, from an ethical side, you have to make the argument that somebody who pays taxes and is a resident in the state should not have access to funds per the Supreme Court decision for an adequate education. Second, the amount of students that are coming from or in private schools in this state compared to those who are accessing through this program, it's not even a trade-off when it comes to that 80% number. That is the cost of an EFA program versus the average cost of the public school education student.
Representative Myler?
Well, on that point, I think, unless I'm incorrect, it's been reported to this committee that there has been 3,200 students who are in the EFA program, and 100 were from public schools. that means 3,100 were already in private schools and were not a burden or were not part of the local cost for education.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to quickly correct that statistic, that was the previous year attending a public school. There were students within that figure who had attended a public school previously, just maybe not during the previous academic year, maybe the year prior to that, but they were in public schools to an extent as well.
Representative Reveal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's another one of these sort of interesting, which way are we choosing to look at the statute type of questions, because what I hear from the other side of the aisle is that the state should pick up a much larger burden of funding public education in the state of New Hampshire. And we can agree or disagree on that fact, but I think we all have to agree that the EFA program is actually a 100% state level funded program. It's a voluntary program. It's a program that people choose to participate in, and then the funding is 100% state. So it's a property tax relief at the local level for local public schools. I mean, I have to admit I'm confused, because I would think that there are members on this committee that would think that this would be a dream come true, that this is providing an adequate education according to the parents and the families of the participants, and it's 100% state funded and not a burden on the local taxpayer. I would think that this would be a win-win-win. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to add that we've gone through capping of adequacy in the past. I can recall back, what was it, 14, 15, something like that, where we capped the amount of money some of the schools in the southern part of the state could receive. We couldn't have any more growth than 106 or 108%. So we capped what they would get. They should have gotten more for adequacy. What happened, there was a suit that came back against the state saying that's unconstitutional. And we had to end up paying those school districts the money which they were deserving to have initially. So capping any program like this that has to do with funds for the opportunity for an adequate education, I think is incorrect. Representative Luno.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so we're going to have to agree to disagree on that particular point. There's been no lawsuit ever filed in the state of New Hampshire alleging that the state is failing to provide an adequate education for all its students because it's not paying for private school tuition bills. And neither decision in the Conval cases or the Londonderry case issued that. The state meets its constitutional obligations for educating all of its children by providing an opportunity for an adequate education through public schools. And every school-age child in the state of New Hampshire has access to that opportunity through public schools. If they choose to go do something else, that's a choice they make on their own. And the state's not denying them access to an adequate education because the state is making that available to them through their public schools. There's not a constitutional argument for capping or limiting to budgeted amounts the Education Freedom Account program. In fact, there's not even a constitutional argument to completely repeal the Education Freedom Account program. But there is a constitutional argument when the state decides not to fund at 100% the cost of an adequate education as defined by statute for school districts like Dover and Bedford, who are only getting paid 95% of their cost of an adequate education. So the state was right to lose that case. And those districts were right that the state was not living up to its constitutional obligation. But the state has no constitutional obligation insofar as the school voucher program.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis.
I will just repeat what one EFA parent said after listening to all these arguments. What are my kids, garbage? Because her kids can't get an adequate education at the public school because they have special needs that and various other things that won't be met. How many parents did we have come in here and say their kids weren't getting an adequate, even an opportunity for an adequate education because they were being bullied incessantly because their their special needs weren't being met. And so now we're telling them, sorry, you don't count, only the kids going to the public school, for whom the public school works counts. And if public schools, as they are now, don't work for you, and your parents can't afford to send you to a private school, you're just out of luck.
Okay, I'd like to, unless there's something that's earth-shaking here in our discussion, I think we're probably going to come out with a similar type vote we've been experiencing. So, not seeing any requests for further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you? The motion on the table is ITL of 573.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verville,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes?
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Luno.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll move ought to pass.
Second.
And we'll get, we can go through this part quickly. I'll move ought to pass on the amendment that was distributed, which is amendment 0774H.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to OTP 573 made by Representative Luno, second by Representative Myler. Representative Luno has the floor for discussion. He's recommended OTPA with an amendment. What was that amendment number?
0774H.
Okay, 0774H.
I'd like to move that with Representative Myler seconding.
Yes.
Discussion?
I think we've had full discussion on all of this. I could go right to it.
I know. Further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, yes, Representative Cascadden.
Just a brief comment. I think it's a shame if we start making laws for the minority instead of the majority.
Further discussion? So, Madam
I'd be
Clerk,
okay with a hand vote on this.
Pardon me?
I'd be okay with a hand
so
vote.
this is a hand vote on on the amendment 0774H. This is just on the amendment. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All
just
those
ask for a
in
hand.
favor of the amendment, raise your hands. Okay, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 to 8 in favor of the amendment. Did I get that right? Oh, all those opposed. 8. 12 to 8. 12 in favor or 8 opposed.
Pardon me?
12 in favor of the
Yeah,
amendment.
thank you very much.
Oh, I didn't have my microphone on.
Okay, now we're at the main motion as, or the motion OTP as amended with 0774H. That's made by Representative Luno and second by Representative Myler. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chairman Ladd,
No.
Representative Verville,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no, Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, we're on the last bill for today. This is HB 649, collection of state education property tax. Okay. Okay, we're going to take a short break here. Why don't you go get it? We're going to take a break for a second. Yeah, we got another bill. This is going to, he's going to have to get the amendment for 530, the co-op bill. Okay, so if anybody has to go to the necessity or whatever you call it, the WC, necessary, latrine, head, bathroom.
I remember them using that phrase that word in the musical 1776.
Yeah, that's, that, in the
Feel like
book.
that clerk.
They had that in the book 1776, which is used by intermediate school kids. Yeah, the plague of 1776 down in Philadelphia. Okay, everybody looks like they're back in the room, so if we can get seated, we can get on with the world here. Should have brought my gavel today and slammed it. Representative Ford, we're ready to go.
On our way. You gotta take a brief for that?
So it's 5:30 gonna come back today? The one with the Comaville? As I've been calling it?
Yeah,
It's gonna come back?
we've
Okay.
got it, we've got it.
Just wanted to sign. Everyone knows who I am.
Okay, for the next bill, I'm going to hand it off to Representative Ford, the gavel. And I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
Is there,
649.
you have a motion to it?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion of ITL and 649, collection of state education property tax.
Second.
And that's second by Representative Myler. Oh, excuse me, Representative Ford. Okay, I have no comment, Representative Ford.
Anyone else with a comment on this?
Any further comments? Okay, it's back in my hands now.
Not seeing any.
Not seeing any, we're going to ask Madam Clerk call the roll. This is HB 649. The motion is ITL, made by Representative Ladd, second by Representative Myler.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Verbo,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yep.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Falboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
and I'm pleased to say 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Any objections to consent? Thank you. Okay, we're going to head right back up north there to 530. Withdraw from a co-op. We had a motion, I believe was it, or OTP on the floor. And I believe there's an amendment that's come forth. Representative Belcher, do you have that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce Amendment 0955H to HB 530. What I've done, what we discussed about this bill was to clarify that that comma that was located in the wrong spot down on lines 9 through 10 to make that part clear. And we've also struck the provision that would allow a supermajority of the no vote from keeping a town from being able to leave the district, with the hopes that that would be able to restart a negotiation for towns that have been significantly impacted by changes in their real estate value or demographics and such over time.
Further discussion? Representative Luna?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so the way I'm reading this is that it makes it very clear that either a vote of the co-op, a majority vote of the co-op in favor of withdrawal, plus a majority vote of the withdrawing district in favor of the withdrawal is sufficient to do a withdrawal, or that a 3/5 vote of the district who wants to withdraw, that by itself would also be sufficient to for the district to withdraw.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion? So we have a motion for the amendment 0955H. Did we have a motion for that amendment?
I would move ought to pass on Amendment 0955H.
Okay, we got it now. And a second, do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Ford? Okay, now, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Luna.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So wouldn't this, if this were to become law, this would basically say any district that wants out of a co-op, any pre-existing district that wants out of a co-op, 3/5, 60% vote of just the voters in that pre-existing district, not the voters in the overall co-op, just the voters in that pre-existing district would be sufficient to for a district to pull out of a co-op. So virtually, well, actually, it would apply to any district. Anybody that wants out, I want to get out, and doesn't matter how much bonded debt or debt service or other encumbrances or anything else that might be going on in the district. I suppose they'd have to work that out, but essentially any pre-existing district or municipality, I guess, that's a member of a co-op, if they want out, they get out. They don't have to work out anything with the co-op district. And I think that's just really dangerous. I think that defeats the whole purpose of having co-op agreements. I understand there's problems with co-op agreements, but my God, let's fix the co-op agreements then. And let's provide maybe some balance to it. We heard testimony today from Attorney Christina that over the last couple of decades, there's been a handful of districts that have pulled out of co-ops. So for some of these districts, the current law is enabling that. But this just seems like a really radical way of reneging on an existing contract. And I know we hear a lot, well, this is the way we do things and stuff like that. But these are private contracts. And now we're giving one party in a contract the ability to renege on that contract. And maybe in the case of Carroll, it's not going to be devastating to the rest of the co-op. I guess I really don't know that, but quite possibly for a lot of other cooperative districts, especially if maybe one of the bigger municipalities in the district, in the co-op, decides to withdraw, that could be devastating, and it could cause local property tax rates that haven't already gone through the roof to go through the roof. Plus, we're doing this without any input from the co-op. So I think this is very dangerous territory.
Questions, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Lekis.
It's not entirely without regard to the property, et cetera. It does say a withdrawal plan shall be prepared and shall provide for the disposition of property held within the cooperative and a statement of assumption of liabilities. But the other part of that is, if you know that a small district can leave, I would think you would be quick to come back to the table and see what their complaints are and see if you guys can come to an agreement so they don't want to leave. For instance, with Carroll, I suspect if it was 50-50 instead of 40-60, they may well want to stay.
I am quite hesitant in voting for this amendment as it is when we've taken that last part of the sentence in part 2 out. I really am. And I believe that Representative Cordelli, who's the maker of this bill, would also be very, very hesitant. So what I'm going to do at this time, because I don't see this as hitting the mark, I'm going to recess this meeting until tomorrow, until Wednesday. And when Representative Cordelli is back here, and we'll pick it up exactly where we are right now. And I want everybody to consider that I believe there needs to be a vote of the whole district. It can go two ways here. And that's what I believe that Representative Cordelli and I had discussed with numerous people beyond this committee to try to ascertain. And I think by doing this, we are going back to more conflict if we went with this. So at this point in time, we're done with this for today. And we will come back and pick this bill up on Wednesday. And so this particular bill is in recess until Monday. We'll announce that, and we'll continue the exec session for 5:30 at that time, on Wednesday at 5, we'll come back and deal with 5:30 on Wednesday. Yes,
The query around the start time for Wednesday. Should it continue to be 9:30? I'm just concerned. Does anybody have a more recent weather report as far as when the storm is supposed to be concluded? And are we going to be able to have road access? I'm particularly concerned about those who are coming from a long distance here, and whether or not starting even at 10 instead of 9:30 might help those traveling from long distances.
well, Representative Myler, I'd be more concerned about not those coming from Conway or from Haverhill or from Berlin, which are used to driving in this stuff. Be concerned about those coming in from Concord.
I'm always concerned about those that go 2 miles,
Yeah, exactly.
Accidents do happen closer to the home, don't they?
They do, don't they, Representative Woodcock? Okay, but looking at what we have coming up on Wednesday, we have, including the bill today, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bills, which is very doable. The bills, though, carry a lot of, and they're important. In fact, the first one, 452, dealing with school building aid, I understand there's issues occurring with school building aid right now in finance that we should be aware of. And so 452 is important, and as they all are. So please look these over so we can scoot through them. If we run out of time, if it's really short, we'll put the limit on who can speak and who can't as far as, numbers. We were able to get out by 3:30, as that's my, turning into a pumpkin's time.
Rick, do we have an amendment on 452?
Yes, we do. And I had that, yes, I did. And it dealt with taking the 4 words out there up top, charitable.
Yeah, that's what we talked about.
Yeah, what we talked about in the work session.
We're talking about the building aid bill.
School building aid, the
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and getting rid of gifts and stuff like that.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and just keeping
Yeah.
state and federal dollars. Are the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
things
And we'll explain that when we
Okay.
discuss, because
Okay.
that part is very, very important to one of the schools receiving aid this year
Yeah.
in order for that to happen.
Could you send it? Could you email me a copy of that?
Yeah,
'Cause
I think I haven't got it back from him yet,
okay.
but
So
when
when
I
you get
do get it back, I gave it to him on Friday and I told him I have to have it by Wednesday.
That'd be great.
Yeah, if I get it back, I'll go over and ask him
Yeah,
today.
see it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Representative Ford, did you have something you want to say quickly to the
Yeah,
committee?
very quickly. I just wanted to draw your attention to some news. It has nothing to do with New Hampshire or us. It has to do with education of children. Something like 8 or 10 young men, black men, in New Orleans have won more than $1 million collectively in scholarships for their academic performance on the standardized test. They're just amazing, wonderful.
And the last note, on Wednesday, you come in, bring your computers. March Madness is beginning. And that's something you got to watch even during session. You have my permission. Just keep your eyes on Duke. Thank you very much and have a safe drive home.